Hello, hello, everybody. Some people will probably have ads, so we'll give them a second to join. Welcome to Saturday morning sprints, which I'm trying to be more consistent with, but life. I'm joined by some lovely friends today, which makes me so happy because usually I just forget to ask people until like the day before and it's too late and then they can't make it. So I was productive this time and asked people earlier in the week. So we're joined by the lovely Brianna and Neva and Liv, and we're going to have some other people joining us later. But some of these people have never been on here together on my channel. So we might do some intros. So if you want to introduce yourself and where you're from and what you're reading and what your channel's about, I was like, what else can they say? That would be great. So Bri, do you want to start?
Yeah. I'm Bri. I'm from the channel 4 Paws in a Book. On YouTube, the 4 is spelled out, but StreamYard doesn't let me do that. And I read predominantly fantasy, romance, and horror are like my 3 genres that I read predominantly from. Tonight I'm going to be reading, it's a reread. I'm going to be reading A Dowry of Blood by S.T. Gibson.
Ooh, that is a really cool cover.
I actually like the indie cover a lot better, but I wasn't smart enough to get it before it was trad-pubbed. But yeah, I'm rereading this for Jante's Inferno.
Nice. Neva.
Hello. I'm Neva. My channel is Reading with Neva. There might not be a space in between on YouTube. I don't know, but that's how I spell it, so it's fine.
They'll find you.
What am I supposed to be sharing? I don't know. I'm from the United States, and I read basically smut. I'm very deep into my hockey romance era right now, so I don't apologize for it, but that's where we are. I do sprints on Thursday nights with my friend Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers, and then I also do like a live stream. It's not productive, but I do a live stream on my channel on Saturdays at 12 a.m. Eastern, and I'm reading Winterwood for Jante's Inferno, but also for a vlog that I'm not talking about right now.
But that we all know about.
Well, you all know about it, so it doesn't.
Liv doesn't. She's the outsider. Sorry, Liv. And then we have the lovely Liv, my fellow Aussie YouTuber.
Hi, I'm Liv. I'm from Sydney, Australia. I read mostly fantasy and young adult. I'm trying to get more into thrillers though this year. And today I am probably listening to and reading. I keep flipping back and forth. House of Flame and Shadow. Yes, I keep listening to it before work and then going back to physical, and so I have literally been flip-flopping per chapter back and forth. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing before work today.
Nice. So we're going to have people kind of like jumping in and out today because some people could be here for like an hour, 2 hours. Some are coming and then going and then coming back later. So you're going to see various faces today, but I just put them all down below. Make sure if you aren't already subscribed to them, you go and do so because they're all fantastic people with amazing content and variety of reading tastes. So you will be able to get covered some kind of your jam between the 6 of them, if not all of them. Liv, if you are looking for thriller recommendations, Bri is your girl. Bri is your. I'm pointing the wrong side. Bri is your girl. I'm like, this plant will really help you.
These are recommendations with ficus.
I mean, I can give you some suggestions, but Bri is where I get predominant. I keep doing the wrong side. Bri is predominantly.
Do you have your camera mirrored?
I don't. I don't know why. Anyways, yes,
this is how you know you haven't been sprinting enough.
Right? It's all right. It goes with the brand of my channel, which is chaos. It's why you're all here. You love me for it. Let's just move on. But yes, Bri can definitely give you some recs if you're looking for some thrillers.
I'm always for it.
We can go into that.
I say that, but you say that, but then I'm like, wait, what's the last good thriller I read?
Can I remember?
That's what I was actually trying to think of is what the last good thriller was that I read.
The last good thriller that I read was actually a murder mystery, and it's my favorite for Mel's readathon, which is Tom Mead's forgetting title. Tom Mead's. It's his first one. I'm gonna blank. Someone Google it for me while I go to the comments. Death and the Conjurer.
Okay.
The last thriller that I read was The Housemaid and the Housemaid's Secret. I mean, they were fine. Like, they were good. I give them 5 stars, mostly because it was such a ride. Like, my buddy read it with Katie, and we were both like needed a nap by the end.
I might read that next month because
it was so twisty and turny. Like, it was like it's like a popcorn thriller.
Yeah,
it was really good.
I mean? Like it's one that you read it and you just go for the ride.
Yeah, it was a ride. For sure.
Don't think too hard. You know what I mean?
If anyone in the comments has any thriller recs for Liv, please drop them, because that way we can get some extra variety. But is there a thriller that you've read that you liked that we can potentially give other, if you like this, you might like this instead? Example.
I like Unreliable Narrators. I just read The Family Upstairs by Lisa Jewell.
Okay.
And that was really weird, but I loved it. I was weirded out the whole time, but I couldn't stop reading it.
Have you read The Only One Left by Riley Sager?
No.
That one has a very unreliable narrator.
Have you read, what is it called? Is it called The Last Time I Lied?
Yeah.
Yeah, by Riley Sager.
Have you read that one?
No.
I read that one a few years ago. I liked that one.
Well, I feel like Riley Sager always does unreliable narrators, and half the time they work really well. But then The House Across the Pond is just a drunk narrator, so therefore she's unreliable.
I see.
And yes, I did call it The House Across the Pond because if you're going to look into your neighbor's house, that's not a lake; it's a pond.
Bree and I are very different with this one, but I also realized that I read half of it on a 24-hour live stream at 2:00 in the morning. So I'm not
that's how you should read that book.
I'm honestly not sure how reliable I am that I gave this book 5 stars.
Honestly, take a gummy and then read that in 24 hours. That's how you read that book.
And I mean, without the gummy, that's basically how I was up for 24 hours. I was like, let's just finish this at 2 a.m. And I was like, yeah, 5 stars, best ending ever.
Yeah. Sash will be joining us. She's just getting her laptop organized. Hello. Midnight here, perfect to have some late night sprints. Currently listening to The Offing while crocheting on a blanket. That sounds like the ultimate combo, not gonna lie. She agrees that the indie cover is superior. Brie?
Yeah, it's so gorgeous, but it's like $200 on Pango if you.
No thanks.
Oh. I'm reading The Other Bridget by Rachel Johns. Nice. I'm putting some washing on and then thinking of going to pick up some Desperate Glory by Emily Tesh. I have not even heard of that, but knowing you, it's probably good.
True.
It was okay.
Oh, okay.
I think it was mismarketed. I think that if they would have said it was a YA book, it would have been really good. But they mismarketed it as an adult sci-fi, and it just it didn't dive deep into any of the commentary it was trying to do.
Fair. Hello, Julie. Currently reading Spinning Silver and finishing up dinner. What are you thinking of Spinning Silver? I went into it with such high hopes. I think I got disappointed. It wasn't that it was bad. I just went into it with such high hopes.
Julie, is this for the collab vlog? I can't remember what you're reading for that vlog.
I know she's reading. Well, I know she read Winterwood because I messaged her and I was like, can I message you about this book? Basically, I'm trying to finish this book today because I have to also read The Winners, and that's a very chunky book. And
the only book that I have read for that vlog is If We Were Villains.
Yeah, I finished If We Were Villains.
I've done If We're Villains, and in my dreams I hold a knife, and today I'm starting Babel because I know it's gonna take me the full almost 13 days to finish it.
Those first 2 books are literally the same book.
Right? Not literally, but story.
But if you don't like one, you're not gonna like
If you don't like one, you're not gonna like the other.
I loved In My Dreams Are Hot and Ice, hated Cyprian villains. Yep. Well, not loved, but like 4 stars. I preferred it. Anyways, I'm giving away stuff that I shouldn't be saying yet.
Yeah, but we all have If We Were Villains. Like, that's not a secret.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
But then she gave me Wildwood. Is that what it's called? Winterwood? Whatever. Yeah. She gave me that. Okay, which I was like, I feel like I've read a book by this author. I read The Pumpkin Queen last year, and it was a top 10 book. Because I was like, I feel like I've read this person before. Like her writing style doesn't change. And then she gave me The Winners, which I have to make into 2 vlogs.
Oh, that's always so hard.
Because, which I don't know how I'm going to do it, because that was Kelsey's pick for 12 books.
Well, so that video, if you're doing all 12 in one video, all you need to do is talk about it once you finish it. Because otherwise the video is going to be 3,000 hours long. So should I do it as all one video, or should I do it as 12 videos? No, that's way too much.
Just do it
as one, because honestly, it's so cool in December when you see all these like people that are like, I've been doing this since January, and it's like this like secret project.
That cool. So I can cut out like half my commentary around freaking Haunting Adeline.
Yeah,
because I've been doing it like I'm gonna like a series. Like I'm gonna have 12 videos.
Why would you get so much work?
One-off vlogs very rarely do well.
I have literally 15 minutes of footage for Haunting Adeline, and it's just me saying the same shit.
Yeah, no.
Okay, well, we're gonna delete everything basically.
Yeah, just like wrap everything up. Like that's what I'm doing for my 24 and 24 is I'm doing it at the end of the year, and it's like I'm just coming on when I finish the book.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna come on. I'm gonna be like, these are the 12 besties, but I'm not gonna say which books in the opening clip. Yeah. And then I'll just pop in with each book and be like,
yeah, you say like, okay,
I started Haunting Adeline.
Crystal gave me this book, and I gave it 4 stars, like whatever.
Yeah.
See, this is why I have friends. Hi, Sash.
Sash, do you want to quickly introduce yourself, your channel, where you're from, and what you're reading?
Hi, I'm Sasha. I'm from Sash Reads. I'm from Australia, and I'm reading. I'm listening to it. Iron Widow.
I love that book.
I love that book.
Okay.
It's so good. Like, that is the definition of feminine rage.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And I'm only 3 chapters in, so I'm very excited. She just like cracked it at the best friend for like what he offered her. So I'm like, you go, girl.
You go.
We're helping someone move today.
Ooh.
I'm also picking up my house while sprinting.
Oh my God. I didn't realize you were moving.
Yes.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing? I know in this case it's a bad thing. She was unfortunately just like told she had to leave and was given like very minimal notice.
That sucks. Mine is kind of like we've been trying to sell a house for 6 months, and it's finally we've signed a contract and everything. So as long as their finances go through, settlement is the 6th of March, and we've already started a rental agreement end of February. So hopefully the finance goes through, because then we're going to be screwed. But
yeah,
it's just Kale works an hour away, so it's just easier for us to be closer to him, because like I've stopped working now too, so and the kids stopped daycare. I'm fully embracing that stay-at-home life.
I think in your situation with the amount of kids that you have, it would be so worth it to just stay at home.
Yeah.
Like if I was to have a second child, it wouldn't be worth me going to work. I'd be going to work to make $4,000 extra a year.
Yeah, not worth it at all.
Because daycare,
and you're probably
so
spending
much.
the $4,000 in gas.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. I'm going to finish Sorcerer's Stone tonight and work on diamond painting. Nice. I am reading All Sinners Bleed. So many titles I haven't heard of. I feel so out of the loop. Yes, it is a very cute top, Liv.
Thank you.
Is that what you're wearing to work today? Are you like ready for work to go?
It is. I'm ready for work. I was like, get as much out of the sprints and talking to you guys as I can before
I'm having a fabulous Saturday morning, as are the other Australians, but I'm sure the Americans are having a great Friday. Love time zones. Hello, I'll be reading One Corpse Too Many. Nice. Hello, Chris. I have a question. What is the difference between a murder mystery and a thriller? Not sure I know the difference. A lot of the time, a thriller doesn't necessarily need to involve a murder, where a murder mystery is specifically solving a murder. Would that be the best way to describe the difference?
That, and a lot of times with a murder mystery, like first off, it's normally like just one person that dies at the very beginning, and there's not a lot of like tension.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Whereas with a thriller, like there's a lot of like high stakes, and as the POV character, you're always like afraid for their life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I just realized I've made us like really small, and I don't know how to. It's all right. We'll just.
I feel like Leandra is the person to ask this question.
Because I feel like
the only thing I could do is make myself bigger. Or there we go.
I feel like for me with a thriller, I feel like an anxiety around what's going on in the book, and with a murder mystery, it's more of like trying to solve who committed the murder.
Right.
If I can.
Yeah. Brittany's in the background.
Oh, thanks. She's like scrolled down, so I couldn't see her.
I'm like, I'm here.
Yeah, you can never tell when you're like on the second row.
I literally we kept scrolling, kept trying to scroll, and then of course we got talking about murder mysteries, and I got distracted and forgot to scroll.
Yeah, Leandra is definitely the person to actually ask this question to.
Yeah. Where were we? Okay. Monsteros are known for being really big thriller readers. Steve Kavanaugh's 13 and 52. They are definitely great thrillers. Anything by Steve Kavanaugh was fantastic. Kind of an unreliable narrator, but not really, because you don't really know they're unreliable until the end. So, morning, Paige. Have you read any Sally Hepworth, Liv?
No. Is there any particular one that you would recommend, Tracy? I haven't. I'm so new to thrillers. There's so many options available to me.
If you like unreliable narrator, I would also suggest The Silent Patient by Alex.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like that
one. We can't be friends anymore. No, I'm just kidding. You didn't like it? Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'm the worst person to recommend you thrillers then. Do you like gore? Yeah,
I don't mind. Yeah. I don't mind getting a little.
Have you seen Wolf Creek, like the movie Wolf Creek?
No.
Okay.
It's on the list.
Well, if you have seen the movie Wolf Creek and like that and want to read a book like that, I would recommend The Hunted by Gabrielle Bergmoser.
I'm writing it.
My TBR.
The Overnight Guest was really good too.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I haven't.
Maybe don't read it when it's 40 degrees Celsius outside, because it's a very much a winter snowed-in thriller.
Which she's never going to experience when she lives.
Especially not when you're in the middle of a heat wave.
Maybe a rainy day for you, Liv.
No, I liked the ending of The Silent Patient. I just didn't think the rest of it was worth that. Like the 300 pages I had to read to get there.
Cliff Notes version.
Fair. Erin is pointing out again that you need to read The First Day of Spring by Nancy Tucker.
If I ever post a video again, which I will, it'll be a 12 and 12 blog that I need to start. That's on my 12 and 12 list, I promise.
Yeah, fair. Hey, K-Beth. I'm doing some editing and then heading to bed, but want to say hi and send love. That is fine. Hang with us as long as you need. Everyone's going to be popping in and out today. Yeah, cool. Glad I'm not the only one that DNF'd it.
It's so boring.
60% gives you, yeah. Oh, that's unfair enough. That was me with another title that is in a cut. Yeah, just finish it and move on and hope it doesn't put you in a slump. I have 2 hours left of a study in Scarlet Women by Sherry Thomas, and then I'm going to continue reading Most Ardently by Gabe Cole Novoa. That was a mouthful and a half, but it sounds like a historical fiction romancy type thing, I'm guessing.
It's a Pride and Prejudice retelling with a trans main character.
Oh, that sounds great. Feature-length film from Neva in December.
Right.
No, okay, yeah.
Can you imagine if you had 15 minutes of footage for all 12 minutes?
See, that's why I was like, I'll just do
It
one
would
video.
legitimately be a 3-hour video.
That makes me think of Gav when he did the like reading every single what are they called? Goosebump book?
Yeah.
And it was like a 3-hour vlog. And like
His Animorphs video is like 4.5. It's so long. And I'm like, that's the edited version. How much footage did he have?
Well, see, because my thought process here was I was like, I'll do 12 videos. See, this puts so much less pressure on me because I was like, I'm behind because I didn't put out the first video in January.
Yeah, no, just
but now Bree's like, just make one video, just check it, be like, I'm starting this, and then be like, I finished it.
Yeah.
See, this is why I have Bree, because she's much smarter than me.
This is why Bree is our YouTube queen. We need any YouTube advice, we go to Bree.
Literally.
It's only because I've done all of the wrong things already.
She's been there, done that.
Been there, done that.
Okay, we have a 3:20 p.m. on a Friday in California. Okay, so it's not too bad. This is
Yeah, it's only 4:20 here.
Okay.
Laser.
Yay. Yes, we do have so many fabulous faces and some new faces that haven't been with each other before, so it's going well. Hi, Rye. Reading Crescent City, and then maybe doing some audio when I'm packing for Disney. That's exciting. I have never been to Disney. I've never been to Disney or a theme park ever. I'm such a no.
Oh, I'm like, there's so many things.
You live in Queensland.
I live right next to them. Yeah.
I've only ever been to Queensland once. I went to Coffs Harbour. No, not Coffs.
That's not Queensland.
Not Coffs. I didn't go to Coffs. I went to right near the tip of Queensland.
Yeah. Like Mackay or Cairns.
Yeah, Mackay.
Like
Mackay.
Yeah.
I had like an ex-boyfriend that lived in Mackay, and I went and visited him. It was
was it
very bad
disgusting?
reason.
Like it was
hot? It wasn't a bad time of year, so it was okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like going any further up north than where I am because then I will die of heat.
20% off Beyond Bright Lights. Nice. I only read a couple. The Good Sister I liked, and it had an unreliable narrator. Now you've got like 12 fiction recs.
There you go.
If I get some packing done this spring, I'm going to be reading Heartstopper Volume 5. I finished that. I finished it twice already this year.
Oh, I haven't read it yet.
I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't.
Don't feel bad.
I finished it for a second time this morning because I needed a romance book on my TBR, and I didn't want. I already had so many big chunky books. I was like, I need an easy win. Like, I just need an easy win. So I just reread it again in January because I got it in December, and I just reread it in January. Reading Check and Mate at 75%. Nice. You'll get that finished with us just this evening, most likely. It might be thrilling enough for you, though.
Sally Hepburn.
Yeah.
I've been curious about them, so I was planning on checking one out eventually.
Hello. Just got home from eating out, ready to sprint. And you are the final comment, so we may as well go into a sprint. Look at that for perfect timing.
Wait, did Brittany say what she was reading?
Oh my god, I totally didn't
I
ask
just kind of popped in and
That
then
was rude.
I just assume everyone knows who Brittany is because she's fantastic and has been here before. But
And
that's
she's always
rude of me. And Britt,
and I
introduce
didn't
yourself.
bring it up
What
because I
you're
don't
reading.
know the answer to the question.
No, but that's why I want to know because I know what happened this afternoon.
I
Okay,
don't
so
know the answer to the question.
help us. Can we help you pick?
I think it's probably should be something on Timmy's TBR. Like that would be the smart choice.
What do you
Is that
have?
what your heart is telling you?
Right. What is
Or-
a smart choice?
Or
Smart.
I should
Smart.
pick up on the Great Hunt. Like that. Those would be the two smart choices.
Smut sounds better.
Why smart?
Okay.
Always choose smart.
Always choose smut.
What smut should I read? Is there a smut that you
Just
haven't
open your
read?
Kindle and pick one.
It's friends.
Have you read Hate by Tate James?
No,
Read Hate by Tate James. It's on KU and thank me later.
I do not have time to add it to my TBR. It's not.
What monster
One of
smart
those on my
is on your
TBR,
TBR?
This is not happening. This is not what we're doing. It's either going to be The Great Hunt or Mixed Signals. You can pick
Mixed Signals.
Mixed
Mixed Signals.
signals.
I'll go opposite. I'll go Great Hunt.
I'm so sorry.
Right, go.
It's not a disrespect. It's actually respect because I knew that everyone would know who she was.
We've just been hanging out with
Brittany.
Brittany all day. So
I've literally been on sprints since 9 a.m. my time. So it's
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so the lovely Leandra was going to join us, but unfortunately she couldn't. So we're going to use her timer so we still get to see her beautiful face anyways. It's like she's with us. So we'll jump into 45 and we'll see you all then. Happy reading, everybody. Hey, Liv, you unmuted yourself. Was that as loud for everyone else as it was for me, or do I just have my volume like really loud? Okay, cool.
It wasn't too loud.
No,
Okay.
it wasn't loud at all.
I just obviously have my volume really loud because even you guys talking seems really loud, like louder than before we went on Sprint. I don't know. Anyway, let me remove the timer and remember how to function. Aha! Yay! So how did everybody go? Let us know in the comments what you did, what you read, what you're thinking, etc. Bree, how did you go?
Well, I did get distracted because the people here can see them.
I was gonna say, am I allowed to say it?
Yes, my bookmark proofs came in. They look good. There's like a weird white line on the edge of it, and I don't know why. But that's why I got proofs. You know, 3 months in advance.
Yep.
But I got to page 66. But I'm annotating, so it's going slower.
For those who don't know why we're excited and what Bree is talking about, if you were not here for the amazing readathon last year, she is doing it again this year, and this year she has some bookmarks for everybody. So she's finally got her proofs.
Yay!
And you just got a sneak preview here. So yay!
I always give sneak peeks to sprints. That's just like an incentive to hang out with us.
It's true. People who show up for sprints just know a little bit more than everybody else.
They do.
Just the way it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As it should be.
And it's never,
when we're on sprints, things just happen, you know?
and it's never like in the first section. It's always like midway through when we've become a bit loopy.
Yeah.
We just start spilling stuff.
Yep.
I got a coffee in that sprint and ate a piece of honey toast because I realized I hadn't had breakfast, even though it's almost lunchtime at this point. And I am about 3/4 of the way through editing my video, which is coming out tomorrow. So I made some productiveness. Yeah. Neva's not here at the moment, so we will duck to Liv. How did you go, Liv?
I actually did some reading, so I'm very proud of myself. I read about 2 and a bit chapters of Flame and Shadow. And Sash, I just got up to the end of chapter 39.
Oh, hang on.
You'll see I made a comment in the Discord. You have to remember
Okay.
revelation I just saw.
But
I'm
also, sorry.
sure.
Oh, I think I know.
I did not see that
Without
coming,
even-
and I'm in shock.
I know. Anyway, I'll talk to you in this one.
Yes.
I also pre-ordered a signed copy of Empire of the Damned because I have one of the limited edition arcs, but I also have to get like a finished copy that's signed, right? Like,
Of course you
Yeah.
have to. Of course.
Yeah. So I did that as well because I knew it was going to sell out. So I was like, better do this quickly.
Are you going to see him?
I'm really sad. They did an off-site signing. So we got all the signed
no.
copies sent to us, but it was off-site. So I got to have a signing with Tate James, and that was amazing. That was really cool to meet her and like get Hate signed, and she like personalized a signed copy for myself because I had an event through read a copy of it, of the new covers. And that was fun. We got to do like some social stuff with her, like filming TikToks and things. So that was really cool to like do that with like an author that I pretty much every single time someone's like, what's a smutty author? I'm like, Tate James. So to meet her was really, really cool. And I was so excited to hopefully meet him because I knew we were getting signed copies of Emperor of the Damned. But unfortunately, they did them offsite. So they signed them at the warehouse at the publisher and then sent them to us as tip-in pages. So no, but that's okay. Next time. How'd you go, Sash?
I packed away 4-ish shelves. I forgot some of them were double stacked. But I have done something stupid and I've used a really big box for all my hardcovers. So I'm probably going to have to take them out and find a smaller box for them.
Have you found
I'm not going
yourself
to be able to pick that up.
finding books that you now are like, oh, I'm really excited to read this. I forgot I had this. Because I did that when I moved. I was like, when I put everything back on, I was like, oh my God, I like forgot I had this title, even though like I have it on my Goodreads list. I like just
Yeah.
forgot that it was
If you
not
don't
on my
see it in
radar.
front of you,
It doesn't exist.
Yes and no. Like some of them, like they're on the bottom. But I had the Waterstones edition of Lady Midnight, and I know a lot of people like that's a very looked for.
Sought after.
Yeah, sought after. Yeah. So I'm like, I got this for $50, and now like people are selling it for like over 1,000. So I was like,
I am so sad because I sold my ACOTAR books the month before they changed the covers.
oh no.
Do you know how much money they're going for now?
Yes.
Oh.
I had the full set that I got on like Book Outlet. So they were $5.
Yeah.
And then they changed the covers and all the prices were going up. And I was like, well, that's disappointing.
The new covers are so ugly.
They're
like
so
I don't
ugly.
get the understanding. Like I don't get why. Like reading the books has nothing to do with
What? Like the neon
correct.
colors, they're so bad.
Yeah.
Like I DNF'd the book, and that's why I got rid of the series in the first place. But like, even if I liked them, I wouldn't buy that.
No. So I bought the new covers to lend out to people now. I'm like, I'm not lending you my old covers. So if I go to a op shop and find an old cover, I'm like, I'll just get that for $2 and then I'll resell that online.
I mean, you can get like I know Nerdy Ink has an alternative cover, and like you can find them on Etsy that are like alternative covers, and like that would be what I would do if I like those books.
Yeah. If I like it, I'll just buy it in a different color.
Exactly. And I got up to chapter 9 of Iron Widow.
Oh,
and
nice.
Shit's intense.
I can't relate to either you or Liv because I haven't read either of those, but I can imagine based on other people's reactions to those titles.
Crystal, you haven't read Iron Widow?
No, not yet.
It's like
I want
a you book.
It will be, and I feel like I have it on my I don't own it, but I have it on my like want to read list.
Yeah.
I feel like it kind of came out around the same time that there was like other things that were being hyped like to my attraction, or it came out around the time that I was doing like a readathon where like I was really limited to like what I could read.
It didn't get the hype it deserved.
No,
and it's really frustrating because their sequel keeps getting pushed, and like it was supposed to come out in April, I think, and it just got pushed again. Yeah.
It's frustrating when that happens. Britt, how did you go? What did you decide to read?
I didn't read at all. I did not do any reading.
Look, I'm going to give you a pass because you've been on sprints like almost nonstop for the last like 2 weeks.
I did not read. I uploaded my video earlier during Katie Sprints, but I never watched it through on YouTube. So I quickly chucked it up to 2 times speed and watched it through and did the title and the description and all the back end things. And then I scheduled sprints for next week and got ready for the watch along. And that was all I did.
What time does the watch along start?
In 40 minutes.
Cool. Awesome.
So I'll be here for this chatty bit and then I'm gonna.
That is totally fine. I believe Amy will be home from work and ready to join shortly. But I realized with my 6 people limit, I was like, don't worry, someone's leaving. You'll be able to pop on.
We will swap places.
There you go.
I was like, don't rush to get ready.
I'll probably be leaving in the middle of the next sprint too, so I can get over my Patreon sprints.
Yeah, that is fair. So Neva, how did you go in that sprint? Did you read
I read another chapter of Winterwood, and then I started dinner, which is going to be ready here in a minute. Sorry, she's very loud. And then Ari.
So much energy.
Later. And I helped Ari open up her Gabby's Dollhouse Lego set that she got from Bree for Christmas. So she's been playing with that.
Look at the swing.
Very cute.
Wow. I love that even the swing has like a little Lego thing on it,
I
so
know.
you can like actually sit them on it. That's so perfect.
Yeah. All right, go play. Go build your treehouse.
Can you help me build this?
So we were joined by some lovely people in the break. Mel popped in really quickly and then left because she had to visit her father-in-law, but she wanted to say hello anyways. And for those who haven't seen already, Mel has a readathon in March. I know it's like not anywhere near that time frame now, but if you haven't seen
But
the
it
March
actually
video,
is like 20 days away.
You would
It's
say
close.
that. Like, am I filming this video tomorrow? Absolutely, I be.
yeah, me too.
So, you know.
She did it last year, and it didn't get the hype that it deserved. She's doing it again this year. It's based on her TBR game. It is Roll of Reads, Roll of Readathon. It is really fun. There's prompts. You roll a d20 to gain the prompts. There's rewards, challenges. There's a bunch of co-hosts favorites. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. Myself and Britt, are you a co-host this year? No, I think it's just me that's on live right now. Is a co-host. So definitely go check it out. She's not here, so she can't share the link, but I will try and do so in the next sprint. So you can go check it out, or just go check out a book fiend named Mel's channel. You should follow her anyways, to be honest. So if you're not going to join the readathon, at least just go follow her because you'll be very excited to see some New Zealand content. Okay, Glad. 38 pages for Tracy. Starting the weekend off with finishing an audiobook, a little over an brain glitch, a little over an hour left. I don't know why, but that went half an hour in my brain and I just didn't compute. And catching up on my book, Rating Crochet Blanket. Nice. I read a few pages of Some Desperate Glory and then spent the rest of the time reading reviews, and I don't think I want to read it anymore. Oh no. Oh, hello. Addie's about to go to the doctor's. Actually, they've just left, so she might make a pop in later today. I started Heartstopper Volume 5, but I packed away 2 rooms, including my bookmarks, which means I am using an old grocery catalogue to mark my pages. That is totally fair. See, the lovely, speak about her and she shall come. Just got home and evening and following up teachers I subbed for today. Perfect. You will be able to pop on shortly. I made it 73% and cleaned up the kitchen. Productive. I didn't read, but I did some cleaning in the kitchen. Everyone's just cleaning their kitchen, making me feel bad that mine's an absolute atrocious mess at the moment, but that's fine. Sash, I can relate to the book packing. I unhauled so many books and somehow still have 6 boxes worth of them.
I should unhaul. Okay. Yeah, I should unhaul, but I haven't. I might do that later because where we're going, we're just renting for a year. And then we're going to buy again. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll do the unhauling this year sometime.
Yeah, ready for the next move.
Exactly.
Are you getting removalists or are you doing it yourself?
Doing it ourselves. Kale is borrowing a truck from work, and
Yeah.
we're just going to take everything in one go. And
Yeah.
I've got a mini booktuber in the making, apparently. She's showing off a little
You teach
Aladdin.
them early.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, to be
Right.
fair, Addie's been like making a show since the beginning. We
Yeah.
went for a walk along the lake yesterday because like Addie was just freaking out and we were like, okay, let's just get outside and like have an outdoor walk. It always calms the kid down. For anyone who's a parent, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But we went for a walk along the lake and there was a book like just in the bottom of the pram because I always just keep something for her to play with. And she like got out and was walking along and then she pulled out the book and then she was just walking along just holding her book the whole walk. She just didn't want to do anything but hold her book. And I was like, just like her mom always has a book.
I love that.
Yeah. And this morning she woke me up at 6 a.m., crawled over my face over to her. We have like a chest of books that she can like lift up and pull books out of. And she just started pulling books out and like throwing them at me, being like, read, Mom. And I'm like, it's 6 a.m. Like, fuck off.
She was making her TBR.
She legitimately put out a stack. And I'm like, okay, this is your
Listen,
TBR.
we are all ambitious every month.
He's like, I can read all these.
Joining in.
I can do this. This is a realistic number.
Yeah. Does That in Me Before You by Jojo Moyes. Have tissues ready. Hey, Brooklyn, how are you? So I think it's probably best we just jump into another sprint because then Britt can have a bit of break before she has to jump into her next thing. Because I know how long you've been going and how.
Yeah, I definitely overscheduled myself for today, but that was because I did time zone math really poorly. You said Saturday, and I went Saturday.
I did the same thing. I was like, yeah, I can definitely do that. And then I was like, oh, wait, I have Patreon sprints.
And I went, oh, your Saturday is not my Saturday.
That's right. I realized moving forward, and I said this at the start, is that my plan is going to be if I'm going to invite
Eastern
people.
Time zone, very different than Eastern Time Zone.
Yeah. So moving forward, whenever I invite someone to join my sprints, I'm going to say, I am doing it this time, my time, which is this time, your time, or this time EST. At least if I give them EST, they can like calculate from EST.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have figured it out. I just somehow didn't. Like,
I hadn't had coffee yet.
I don't know. It was this morning when I was on Katie's, and Katie went in, well, go until you're sprinting tonight. And I went, what? I'm not sprinting tonight. And she's like, you absolutely are. You're on a thumbnail with a lot of people.
You would have just like clicked on the StreamYard link tomorrow night and been like, why is nobody here?
To be fair, if I didn't have to like try and palm Addie off while I sprint, I would probably sprint with you again tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie, but I have to choose my sprinting times wisely because I have to do like
doing an all-day sprint tomorrow.
Yeah. But no, that is totally fine. All right, we'll jump into another sprint. We're going to lose Britt. Make sure you sub to her. She's linked down below. We will lose Brie at some point. I keep pointing to the fucking plant. You're a plant now in my mind, Brie.
The mirroring is so annoying.
I love plants, so it's not a bad thing for you to be a plant in my mind, Brie. Brie will be leaving at some point as well. And yeah, make sure you sub to the lovely people. They're all linked down below. But let's jump into another 45.
We'll have to jump off as well. Sorry. Gotta go.
That is fine. I forgot Liv had to go to work too. Oh my
God. Thank you for having me.
That is fine. No worries. Thank you for coming. It's been great having you, and you're always welcome.
Happy sprinting. Bye.
See yous. See you all in 45 minutes. Welcome back. Also, we've been joined by an Amy. Yay!
Hello. Hello.
How did everybody go? Let us know in the comments while Amy is introducing herself. Let us know, Amy, a little bit about your channel, where you're from, and what you're reading today or doing.
Yeah, sure. I am Amy, and my channel is A-Star Reads. I have mostly been doing vlogs lately, but, I have a TBR game, and it will be coming back this year. Just this year hasn't started out the way I expected. And, yeah, I know. I'm like, can we just do a redo? I mean, I don't want to go back. But yeah, it's been a wild time. I live in the Pacific Northwest in Washington State. So I'm all the way on Pacific Coast time. And I think that's it. Oh, what am I doing? I'm rereading the Hunger Games series. So I'm currently working on Catching Fire.
I know so many people that are working on rereads of this. A girl at work literally just binge reread them. And she came in and she's like, I'm having an existential crisis. And I was like, why? And she's like, because I reread it and I totally questioned my life choices. And I was like, why? And she goes, because I remember when I was little and I was younger as a teenager and finished this book, I was so like, woohoo, Katniss and the romance is so great. And now I look at it as like an adult who's getting married and being like, oh, it's so toxic. It's so fucked. And I'm like, yep. It is amazing when you reread something with a completely different life perspective.
I know. I'm at this point, especially right now, where I'm just like, stop stringing them along. Stop it. It's just so awful. Oh,
Yep.
I have been editing my 23 books for 2023 Did I Pass video. Do you guys want to take a guess at how many I actually managed to read? I wasn't going to tell you whether you're right or not. I'm just curious as to how bad you think I went.
8. I think you read 8.
Amy,
that's
what's
a
your
good
guess?
Okay, 23. I'll give you 10.
Okay. I'm not finished editing yet. My tally is currently at 8.
Nice.
I'm up to book 20, so 8 out of 20. So I can the maximum I can get is 9. No, wait, it's 23 books. I just totally fucked up my math. But yeah, I'm not doing so well. But what happened was we moved, right? And when I first made the 23 books in 2023, I had them separate. So I knew to prioritize them, look for them. And then we moved and none of them got separated. So they just ended up on my abyss of 100 plus books on my TBR. And then I was like, what are those books again? And then rewatching the video, I'm like, you really wanted to read that. Like, why didn't you fucking read that?
Yeah. Yeah,
so,
this was a 23 book.
So most of them are being taken over to 2024. Yeah. But I'm watching it and I was like, as I was filming it, I was like, oh, I reckon 80% is my pass rate. Like, I'm struggling to get to 40%. I'm like, I should have given myself 50% as a pass. Yeah, it's not going so well. The alert for everyone that's going to be watching my video coming out tomorrow, I didn't do so well. But it's okay, because I'm doing better in 2024. I've already read 3 of the books on my 2024 list. And the 2024 video hasn't even come out yet. So it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And no, I didn't just put books on my 2024 list. Yeah. And no, I didn't just put books on that list that I'd already read to try and pass. Didn't do that at all.
That's good. That's good. Oh, wait.
I don't know if it's my internet freaking out, but it seems a bit glitchy. So sorry if anyone else is getting that or it's just me.
Yeah, 2023 wasn't my best reading year either. So I'm just, actually reading wise, I've gotten a lot read so far. So in 2024, I just feel like my channel has been a mess in 2024. So it's like, I can do one. I can't seem to do the other. Like I can either read or I can do my channel. Yeah.
My channel has been a mess since we moved, right? Like, because prior to moving, I had like this room that I could film in, so I could kind of like cut Addie out and just let her be at the other end of the house. Whereas in this new house where I film, there's like an open door into like the living room where she just plays. And so like there's no way I can film unless Anthony takes her, or I'm like out of the house, or I'm filming when she's at daycare. And from June to December last year, we had no daycare. She was literally with my parents in the backyard. And so as soon as like I was free to take her, I took her back because I felt really, really bad being like, hey, I'm just going to film for an hour. Can you like keep being a grandparent? So like, yeah, my filming got really, really difficult to do in the end of the year. And then because of that, I lost momentum because I was in that rhythm. I was like 2 weeks ahead, and like, so I'm finally getting back into that momentum now, which is much better. But now it's like, because there were so many videos I didn't get to film in 2023, I've got ideas for 2024, whereas usually it's the other way around. Usually I'm like struggling to come up with an idea because I'm like, I don't know, I've filmed everything. But now, because there's so much shit I didn't get to do at the end of last year, I can like do it now.
Yeah, that feels good.
There's always so much content that comes out at the end of 2023, though. It's like, why can't we just like stretch them out for the first part of 24?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't do any end of the year content, so if it happens in February, which is like so past the time it should be happening.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. So how did you go, Sash? Did you get much reading done, much packing done?
I didn't do any packing that one. I was sick of it.
Yeah.
But I started tandem reading, hybrid reading. I know when you listen and read
immersion reading,
and I'm on page immersion reading.
Yeah.
119, page 119, so chapter 13 now.
I am going to open my window because it's really hot in here, but I apologize. I live surrounded by trees, so you will probably hear really annoying Australian native birds.
That's okay.
That's not your thing, I apologize, but I am going to get too hot otherwise.
Like the ambiance video.
They always, like, as soon as I open the window, they're like, do. And I'm like, every time I'm on live, I'm like, can you not? And I remember I never used to notice, and then someone in the comments was like, who's got a bird? And I'm like, I don't have one, I have 20. They just live outside my window. Because the old lady that used to live here used to feed them. There's like literally a bird feeder left that we just don't put food in, but they still come to it. So whenever Addie's got like leftover toast or crumbs or whatever, we throw it in the bird feeder for the birds. I'm like, I'm not buying bird feed for you, but I'm happy to give you leftover crumbs. So
yeah,
I was gonna say they've already hooked you. They've already got you hooked. They're like, oh, she's gonna give us crumbs.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously we lost a couple of people at the end of that sprint going into. Neva will be back shortly. She's doing bedtime, putting kids to bed, etc. Kid to bed. I don't know why I said kids. But we had Patricia finish Check and Mate and loved it. 4-star read. Fantastic. Starting on 7 Years Slip next. I think you will also find this a 7-star read. No, a 4-star read. If you liked Check and Mate, I think you will like 7 Years Slip. They're very, very like on par in terms of enjoyment level. But my question to you is, have you read Bride?
Didn't that just come out?
Oh yeah, I forget. I'm in the publishing world where I get shit like 4 months ahead of everyone. So I'm like,
I was gonna say, I'm like, that was released this week. Like, let us breathe, please.
Come on, catch up. Like here I am sitting with an Emperor of the Damned copy like next to me, and I'm like, oh yeah, who hasn't read it yet? It doesn't come out till March, and I'm like, whoops, sorry. Like I read Fourth Wing like 6 months before it came out. Because before it was even hyped, they gave us copies and was like, there's this new book that's like coming out that we're not sure people are going to like. So like a couple of girls in the office decided to buddy read it. And then we were like, this is really good. And the next thing you know, it was like this massive, like super big thing. And so when the second one came out, they sent us all like limited edition signed copies because they were like, you guys followed us before we were like, well, you guys liked it before we were a thing. And I'm like,
cool.
Thanks. Yeah.
That's so cute.
I took an everything shower and that's about it. I love everything showers. As a mother, it doesn't happen very often. So they're like,
no, it does not. I was like, you get everything showers?
I have literally like scheduled it in. I know this sounds really weird, but Anthony and I have like a family calendar like on the fridge, and he like schedules in when he's going to do like guitar practice or go to the gym or like his things. And I schedule in sprinting and everything showers. So once a week on a Sunday, after I have done meal prep and cooked food for the week, I get an everything shower where I wash my hair and shave my legs. And sometimes it's an everything bath where I read as well. And it's just like the best thing ever.
Bliss.
I'm single. I don't have everything showers. I wash my hair. And I live in a place where it's winter right now, so I don't need to shave anything.
That's fair. Oh. I'm actually worse. I shave my legs more in winter than I do in summer. And that's because if I don't shave my legs and I wear long pants, it annoys me. Like they like
the rubbing
more. Mm-hmm. Whereas if I've got like no pants on and I can't feel it, I'm like, it doesn't bother me. But that's when I should shave my legs, because otherwise I'm walking around like this.
Yeah.
But I had like laser hair reduction or whatever on the lower half of my legs for like 6 sessions. So it wasn't like enough to really do like a lot. But so now the lower half of my leg like gets really, really hairy, and the upper half of my legs doesn't, because for some reason it worked really well on the upper half of my lower leg, but not the lower half. So whenever I grow hair, it looks like I've got like, I'm telling people too much information right now.
That's great.
It looks like I've got like hairy socks, but then like the rest of my leg you can't see. So I have to shave, because otherwise it just looks really weird. It looks like I've shaved the top half of my leg and not the bottom half.
Did they accidentally put it on hair stimulation mode when they did this, the bottom half? Hi. Oh, that's too funny.
Yeah, so Team Katniss never seemed like she liked either of them. Yeah,
I agree. You know, and I think that would have been okay. And I feel like that would have been better if she just didn't decide. You know, it just felt like if we spent the whole time, I don't know, that is one particular relationship that I was like, did we have to have that throughout this whole one? Because it is frustrating. It's really frustrating. Because I feel so much for, like, I don't know, that unrequited love that both those boys, those poor boys.
Read 5 books for 2022. Do you mean 2023 or 2024?
Maybe 2022 was a bad year. Oh, autocorrect.
Oh, wait, yeah. Autocorrect hates, I mean 15 books for 2023. Oh, you were guessing 15 books. You were being very kind. I read 32 pages and got a phone call. I also got a phone call from Anthony because he had to take Addie to the doctors. She has mosquito bites, and her daycare sent her home yesterday and was like, you need to get medical clearance for her to return because we don't know what these are. And I'm like, they're mosquito bites. It's summer. We live in Australia, in a swampy area where mosquitoes get into the house and then eat children alive, because that's just what happens. And they're like, oh, well, we just need to make sure that it's not anything like infectious. You need to go to the doctor. So we had to go to the doctor, pay $70 to get a certificate to say it's just mosquito bites.
From mosquito bites. Does she get welts or something like that? Or
so they were in places where like she had easy access to scratch. So there was one like on the inside of her elbow, one on the back, like where her diaper would be, so it would like rub it. So they were like in places where they ended up looking like quite welty, but it was just because she'd scratched them.
Yeah.
But I understand. I'm glad that they're that cautious, but it was just frustrating because I was like, I know that they're mosquito bites. They've been there all week. It's not like it's just come out of nowhere and I've ignored it. Like,
yeah.
That's
irritating. Mosquitoes are the worst.
So Anthony had to take her to the doctors to get that sorted. So they've just got home. Rye's back. Yes, ended up going shopping. What did you buy? Was it book shopping? I just assume it's book shopping whenever I go shopping. I don't know. She always has really
Most stores have books, so even the grocery stores often have books.
She also does really good, like, come shopping with me vlogs. So I just assume that she's going book shopping. Oh, I'm glad. No, I do not get bin chickens, thankfully. In my neighborhood, I get ducks, I get rosellas, the little weird pigeon thingies that aren't actually a pigeon that look like a pigeon. If you live in Australia, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I don't know if you guys heard that, but that just means our 15 minutes is up and we'll keep talking.
It's pretty.
Yeah, but no bin chickens in this part of my town. We get them in my state, and I see them, but more so when I go to Sydney, where I work.
What are bin chickens?
Let me show you. Hold on.
Are they actual chickens?
No,
they're an ibis.
An ibis.
A white ibis.
Oh, I like ibises. Well, I think they're pretty. We don't get a lot of them, so. Bin chicken.
They're gross.
Because they get in the trash a lot.
They literally eat out of the trash.
They're so cute.
Yeah.
It's an uncommon bird for me, so I'm like, oh, look at it. You guys are like, that's a bin chicken.
I'm just laughing at the photos that I keep
that
finding.
Is amazing.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Yes, we get bin chickens.
I like birds. I can't help myself.
This is another one that I got months ago, but I haven't read yet. But I have like one of the like limited edition arcs where it's got like it's like bright, and then it's got like the claws like cut out. So then you open the page and it's got the
cool.
Because I went to like a picnic in the park with the publisher, and they gave away copies of Check and Mate and Bride and stuff. So I haven't read Bride.
I need to move to Sydney. Damn.
I thought the same thing. I didn't realize Liv was from Sydney. I don't know why. I thought she was from somewhere else. And when we were doing the intro earlier, she's like, I'm from Sydney. And I was like, girl, why don't we catch up for lunch sometime? I work in Sydney 3 days a week.
I don't know where she lives. I think she's just moved to libraries. That's all I know about.
I don't know. I'll message her later. That's fine. It is very different. Very, very different, but in a great way if you're a fantasy person. That's all I was saying.
Because it's a vampire and a werewolf, hey?
Yes. Yeah. I feel she could.
I've heard good things.
Oh, that's so true, but so sad.
Oh, that is really... I'm just tired of the back and forth, the back and forth, the back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Should I say that again?
Peter was the simp for Katniss, so do anything she said.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you saw me put it up on the screen, Jean. If not, just Google it. Yeah, it's just where we live. We both live surrounded by trees. Like if I don't know if it's going to be too bright. I'm going to try. You guys are probably going to get motion sickness for a second here while I put you out. That's my giant shed. But see those trees? That's just some of them. My whole backyard is full of trees. So lots of birds making noises. But the one that's the worst is I have a native which has flowers on it, like just outside my window here, that they just like are constantly in. There's actually none in there right now, and I'm like surprised by that, but who knows.
Are you okay?
Did you die today? I think this is in reference to bin chickens.
Yeah.
My yard is super fairy wren territory at the moment, and they're so cute and surprisingly loud for how tiny they are.
Fairy wren, another.
I now need to see what a fairy wren is to see if that's what I'm thinking it is. Oh, I wish I had those in my backyard.
Oh, they're beautiful.
See, I know them as blue wrens.
Oh, they're stunning.
Yeah. Evening.
Shell is my real life best friend.
Oh, yay.
Aww,
welcome.
Nice.
Thank you for joining us. I respect bin chickens. They're so clearly waiting birds, but they're adapted despite us trashing their habitat.
It's just self-defense is what it is.
The only way they can survive. Yeah.
Exactly.
The are so bright blue, they look like jewels. Ah.
Wow.
That would be
so
cool.
pretty.
I would rather those. I mean, rosellas are pretty cute. Have you seen a rosella, Amy? Do you know what a rosella is?
No, I gotta look that up too.
They're like a rainbow bird.
How do you spell that? Rosella, R-O?
Let me...
Oh, I found it. Ooh.
Yeah. So these are Rosella. So these are the ones that are constantly making noise in the background of all of my videos and lives. Is these
They're
guys.
so pretty, I'd be okay with it.
Yeah. And this,
like,
this plant, where is it? This plant here is the, oh no, that's not it. I'm trying to find them on the native that's outside my window, but it doesn't seem to have a photo of them on that native. But yeah, they come and eat the little gum nuts and stuff out of it. But anyways, that's my little Australian bird lesson for the day.
I was in Sydney.
Chickens and Rosellas, total opposites.
They're so cool, but they make a lot of noise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do.
I was in Sydney, quite a few years back now, but I remember staying, like looking out, being on my patio in the hotel that I was staying in, and there was cockatoos, just like a whole flock of cockatoos. And I'm like, here in the U.S., each one of those cockatoos is like $1,200. So I was like watching this like $20,000 flock fly by.
We have what's called a corella, that's kind of like a knockoff cockatoo that lives like near us. It's this one. So it looks kind of like a cockatoo, but it's pink. It's kind of like a cockatoo and this is a galah, this pink one down here, but this is a corella, which is like a cockatoo and a galah bred together. And they come and like attack all our gum nuts in the front trees we have. So every morning when I walk out to my car, they just go and just fly away because I've scared them. And that's why Addie's first word was bird, because like we're surrounded by birds. She saw birds and ducks. So her first 2 words were bird and duck after mum and dad, because she was like, all I see is birds and ducks. Yeah.
Look how long the beak is. That's a pretty nasty looking beak if it bites you.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they've got a nice snap on them. Now, are you guys happy if we jump into another sprint? It's 12:30 here, so I'm going to go have some lunch in this sprint, finish editing my video, and then I will sit down and start reading. Can you guys help me decide, do I start Babel like I should, or do I say fuck it and pick up Empire of the Damned because I want to?
I get it's well,
I feel like Empire of the Damned, you wouldn't really have a lot of people to scream with and like chat about it with, unless you know someone else who's reading it right now. So
no, I don't.
Maybe.
And I feel like I need to read a recap of the first one before I jump into this one.
Yeah.
Like I just did like a reread of the first one like last month, but like I still also feel like so epic that I'm gonna need to like a refresh. But yeah, maybe I should do Babel. I need to read it by the 23rd, so I should probably just like get started.
That's a week. That's 2 weeks away. No, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to do lunch Babel.
It's a hefty book too, or at least it's probably pretty dense too, knowing the content. Or I haven't read it yet, but
yeah, I'm expecting it to keep me pretty bogged down.
I think that's why I'm scared. I'm like, I'm going to have to do like a smutty palette cleanser every couple of chapters when I read that whole.
That sounds pretty good.
I don't think I have the time to do that, unfortunately. But yes, I probably should have braced for that. Neva will probably be back with us by the time we come to our next chatty bit, because we're going to do another 45. So that should work out well. So we'll see you all in 45. Let me press play on this one and bring it back in. See you then. Happy reading. Welcome back. Yeah. How did we go? Was it a productive sprint, everybody? We may not have a Sash for this chat because her hubby and kids have just got home. So she might need to be mum for a little while, which we all understand and appreciate. Did we get children to bed, Niva?
Yeah, finally.
Anthony literally spent that entire sprint trying to get Addie to go down to a nap, and she's still fighting it. So
yeah,
I'm in here.
She like sat up and started like talking to me. So I was like, I'm about to turn off all the lights in here. I was like, if I lay down, I'm gonna fall asleep. I was like, I know I'll fall asleep. And she was like, okay, well, don't turn off the lights because I'm scared of the dark. So I was like, all right, which we go over like every 2 weeks where she's all of a sudden like afraid of the dark.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, yeah.
So I was like, all right, you're not going to sleep. I was like, I'm not doing this. So I shut off all the lights and she's like, you're just going to leave me in here? And I was like, no, I'm going to lay here, go to sleep. And so we just like laid in the dark for the whole sprint. And I heard her start snoring. So I was like, okay, clearly she's asleep now.
That's good. Our problem was Anthony had to drive Addie to the doctor's appointment right around like nap time. So she fell asleep on the drive to the doctor's appointment. It's only like a 15-minute drive. So that's like not long enough. But then by the time he like drove her home and went to put her back down again, she's like, I've had 15 minutes. I'm fucking sweet. And it's like, well, you're not. You're clearly still tired. So she's been fighting him. And I'm just like, you know what? Just let her be tired. She can just go to bed early tonight. It's fine. But I ate lunch and I got my video edited and I started Babel or however you say it. I think it's Babel. Is it Babel?
Nicole's gonna find out for us. She's going to like the
audiobook says Babel.
I feel like it's Babel, like like the Tower of Babel, But
I only got 7 pages in, but so far I'm liking it.
I'll tell you the same thing that I told the other 2 people that I know that are reading this book, because there's at least 2 other people reading this book. It's just very dense in the beginning. You just really have to get through like the like halfway mark, and then you get all like the fantasy stuff.
I'm 7 pages in and I like the writing style so far, but I can see how it's going to be very dense. But it's not written in a way that it's annoying me yet. So I'm hoping that keeps me invested.
Yeah, the first half is just written like you're reading a textbook.
Which that's what I'm going into expecting. So I'm thinking that'll be okay. Have you read it, Amy?
I haven't. I'm very excited to read it. But I haven't read it yet. It's on I bought it brand new right when it came out, so I could read it right away. And of course, I never get to the books that I buy right away.
Who does that?
I know. There's people out there that do. They're not real. I think they're, part of the Matrix or something. They're not real. Yeah. I think the difference between Babel and Babel, because I say Babel, but I think it's more of a dialect thing than it is actual
We had like a discussion about this, because technically Babel would be spelt with 2 B's, not with 1.
But then it would have an L-E as opposed to E-L.
Maybe. I don't know. Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers, who I did see in the comments, she's going to like a meet the author thing.
Cool.
And she said it's the only question she's gonna ask, but she's gonna find out for us.
That's amazing.
I love this comment from Brie, came in just when we went into the last sprint. She's like, I realized I can't listen to Dowry of Blood while cooking. I am gonna have to ask her about this because I need more detail. Like, I'm that weirdo that wants to know more.
Imagining gory.
Yeah, my guess would be I've read it. I read it for my reading Jan vlog last year, And from what I remember, it's a retelling of Dracula's Bride or whatever.
Oh, okay.
I remember there being some vampire-y things, you know what I'm saying?
Like smutty vampire stuff? Or just like gory?
Well, yeah, I mean smutty, but also like if you're not like I could see where she wouldn't want to cook or eat while listening, because I had trouble listening to it at work.
Mm-hmm.
And I make tacos for a living, so I could see why.
Yeah. Alyssa, I hope I pronounced that correctly, gets lots of sulfur-crusted cockatoos near her.
Oh, let me see what those look like.
36 pages for Tracy. Well done. Erin got distracted crocheting instead of reading. Can't you dual task, Erin? Come on. No, just kidding. I could not crochet and read, like 100%. I can barely even concentrate on crocheting. And this is the lovely Dusty Book Sniffers we were referring to. Nicole, hello. Just joining after craft filming this morning. Nice. 33% of the way through The Parrot and the Igloo by David Lipsky. Are you enjoying it? I love the first half of Babel more than the second half. Oh, that makes me
interesting. I know Cassidy didn't like it at all.
Who's that? Cassidy?
Cassidy. Yeah. I mean,
which is interesting because she's usually the one to kind of like enjoy a dense fantasy like that.
Yes, but I if I remember correctly, it was the dark academia part that she didn't like.
Which is what I don't like.
Because there is fantasy. You know what I'm saying? But
she loves like political fantasy stuff, so maybe that's where it lost her.
I feel like to market it as a fantasy is misleading.
Mm-hmm.
To market it as a dark academia fantasy or a dark academia with fantasy is closer, I think, to what it is. But there were fantasy readers that were going into it after reading, what is the Poppy War? Is that by her too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the Poppy War is fantasy. So there were people going into Babel thinking that it would be like the Poppy War. And it is much more dark academia with like a fantasy undertone, I guess. It would be like a fanro reader going into like a fantasy that has a romance subplot, but it's not focused on the romance.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like with R.F. Kuang especially, I think she's trying so many different types of styles, you know, like Yellowface and Babel, and then Poppy War. I feel like she hasn't really picked, you know, or at least she's really just expanding herself, so it almost can't go into her books having any expectations when it comes to genre, I think.
I think it's Yellowface is completely different than anything else.
Yeah.
It's like its own.
But look at her ability to do all three and do all three well. Like all three have had a fandom surrounding them, a group of people that have enjoyed it, and some have enjoyed all three. So, I mean, good on her for.
And isn't she super young too? She's like really young. So that's awesome.
Yeah, no, she's not old.
Yeah, she's not super old.
That brain, amazing.
Mm-hmm. I crochet and read sometimes.
She's 27 according to Google.
Oh my god! I wish I was that advanced.
She's
27.
She's actually younger than I thought. I thought she was closer to like 35, but that's
me too. Not because of how she looks. I just picture her as a 35-year-old. I don't know why.
I think it's because of how she writes that I was thinking closer to 35 or 40. Not old by any means,
but
not like I wasn't picturing 27.
No.
Even though we know Leandra, so I don't know why I wasn't picked. Why that surprises me. Leandra is very smart too, and is very.
Yeah, I know. According to Google, it depends on British or American English how you pronounce Babel in the Tower of Babel. Babel, like Babel, is the American.
Yeah, that's why I said like it's a dialect thing. I think I looked it up in the past because I was curious, but I mean, obviously. I think it's going to be pronounced both ways, and I don't think either way is wrong.
No. Okay. Well, I mean, I think either way, I'm going into it with low expectations, hoping to be pleasantly surprised, because I know I don't like dark academia, and that's the whole reason why I'm reading this, is to see if Brit can convince me to like dark academia. So she gave me 3 dark academia books to read to try and change my mind, and so far it's been a 50. I didn't like one and I liked the other, so this is going to be the tiebreaker as to whether I still say I don't read dark academia. So we'll see. You'll find out on the 23rd.
Honestly, I'm so amazed that I got brought into this, because me and Brit have very similar tastes in books. Like, it's kind of rare that she and I disagree about things. Now, we tend to disagree about, like, romance, I guess. But I think the only romance book I've ever given her that she DNF'd was Magnolia Parks. And I went into Magnolia Parks knowing that she probably wouldn't like it, but I pressure everyone to read Magnolia Parks. So that's just who I am as a person. And she didn't like it. She DNF'd it.
Did you finish Fourth Wing, neither?
Yeah. It was my first book of 2024.
And?
Because I decided to let Ariana pick my first book of 2024. And she said, "You have to read Fourth Wing. It's the prettiest book I've ever seen, Mom." That's what she said. Fourth Wing will be as soon as I have my other box of books, because it wasn't in the box that I brought, which means I'm missing a box. It will be finding its way to Nell. I gave it 3 stars. That's not a terrible rating. I can appreciate why people enjoy this book. I, however, did not.
See, I am like that with ACOTAR. So I really liked ACOTAR, but it was not a 5-star read for me. Whereas Fourth Wing was a higher rating. Shitter writing quality than ACOTAR, but I enjoyed the plot line more than I did ACOTAR.
So I enjoyed the dragons. The main male character, what's his name? Xaden? Is that his name?
Xaden, yeah.
Yeah, he was fine. I mean, I understand like why people look at him as like a book boyfriend. I'm not going to like be that person that's like, wow, this was the trashiest book I've ever read, because it's not. It just, in writing style, reminded me of like early 2000s YA fantasy. Which in the early 2000s, we loved things like Divergent.
Yeah.
But I read Divergent in 2015, I think. So like I was already like an adult. And while it's nostalgic, and I probably gave it 5 stars as a series because of the nostalgia factor, if I read Divergent like today at 32 as a brand new series, I don't think it would hold up.
No, it's just because you read it now, you've got the nostalgia.
Right. So, and I'm not like above like YA fantasy. Like I read YA fantasy. My problem was I felt like the dialogue was very clunky. The way that she wrote dialogue, like the way that she would write, like when something needed to be emphasized, where she would like use a period after every word. You know what I mean? It read very clunky to me. The dragons were my favorite part. The ending also made it so that the book was a bit higher of a rating. I don't know why I didn't see the ending coming, but I didn't.
So I gave book 1 a 5-star. I gave book 2 a 4-star because there was so many plot holes in book 2 that I just couldn't look past. And since reading it, I've talked about it with like 20 different people and found more and more things that I've picked through, and it's almost down to a 3-star by now. Will I still continue reading the series? Absolutely. But I think I can see there's issues.
Here's what I think. I think that as a series, I'm not going to continue the series. I might read Iron Flame.
Sorry.
Maybe.
Obnoxiously loud reminder that we've chatted too much. That's fine. Keep going. There's just a bird that sounds like it's dying outside my window, so excuse me while I look at it.
I might read Iron Flame because Bree read Iron Flame, and I do have Iron Flame on my Kindle. I'm not going to talk about the fact that I had pre-ordered, because I pre-ordered Iron Flame as a book, and then when I realized I probably wasn't going to like Fourth Wing, I canceled the pre-order physically and forgot to cancel it on my Kindle. It's fine. Okay, it is what it is. But I do have Iron Flame on my Kindle, so I may choose to read it at some later date, not today. Because I know Bree liked Iron Flame better than she liked Fourth Wing. If I remember, she gave Fourth Wing a 3 and she gave Iron Flame a 4. And I think it was because she liked the political parts of Iron Flame better, and the romance part of it was more of a subplot than it was like a main thing. Listen, I'm not going to be that person that's like, I would never buy anything that had something about this book on it, because I probably would. They make cute like stickers and shirts and shit, but it's not like my favorite thing that I've ever read. And I'm not going to read anything else written by Rebecca Yarros, but that's mostly personal preference, because as far as I'm aware, she writes romance.
Yeah, I'm not going to read any of her backlist stuff because
military
shit.
It's all like military romance, which I think Michelle from Michelle's Library likes it. I'm not a military romance girly. Like unless it's a man in like a prison jumpsuit, you know, I'm not really a man in uniform kind of gal, you know?
In a side plot, my friend who sews things just sent me a photo and said, I made this for Addie for you. It's a book dress.
Oh, it's so cute.
That is so cute.
Yeah, so she has like a business where she makes clothes, and she's closing down. And she's like, I had all this like leftover like fabric, and so I just decided to like make some stuff to throw up on my website. And she's like, but I made this for you. If you don't want it, I'll just sell it. And I was like, I 100% want it. Thank you very much. Because Addie already has like pants in that print that we made for her, but she's outgrown them. So now she gets a dress in that print. And I have matching tights. Like I have like tights I can wear in that print, and pajamas.
Cute.
So she can put that on, and I'll put my tights on, and we can go for little walks together in our matching book stuff. So I was thinking that we'll do one more sprint and probably do like 30 minutes if you girls are keen for that. I know it's getting like late where you are, so like if you need to drop off because you start feeling like you're going to pass out at the screen, totally understand. But yeah, we will move to this timer instead because, sorry, my timer just like glitched the fuck out. You guys didn't see it, but it just like did a weird thing. But yeah, we'll do another 30 minutes, and that should take us to about 1:15. Then we'll have a quick chat and be off by 2:30, which is what I told Anthony. So look at me go. Usually I tell him I'm going to be a time and then I'm later than that, and he's sitting downstairs being like, excuse me. Like, we just got talking about books, okay? So I will jump the last sprint on, but don't worry, we will come back and have another chat after this sprint, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back. I always feel like as soon as you put the last sprint on, everyone's just like, bye.
I'll see you later.
It's great. Great.
So yeah, we will see you all in 30 minutes. I should actually add the timer. Happy reading, everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How did we? Oh. So much silence. Was any reading completed by anybody?
No. Maybe a little. Little.
I got to page 13. So 7 pages got read. It's because I had to call my mother-in-law to arrange picking up some stuff on Friday. And while I was on the phone with her, she wanted like the update on how Addie was and what's going on with our renovations and a whole bunch of other stuff. So I was on there for like 15 minutes with her. So most of the sprint, I was on the phone with my mother-in-law.
Yeah.
But I got to page 13 and I am still liking it. It's not as dense as I was expecting, but 13 pages is not enough to give me a actual full scope. But yes. Neva, did you get any reading done, or was that a TikTok scrolling sprint?
Oh, I didn't read. Absolutely not. My biological dad texted me and he was like, people are looking for you.
What?
What? That's what I said. I was like, well, I've been on the internet, so I don't know who's looking for me. And he was like, I don't know. I guess some college you went to. Sir, I haven't gone to college since 2020.
Why would they be looking for you? Are they looking to like get you in for like a reunion alumni event, maybe?
I don't know. I didn't graduate.
Maybe they just thought you were part of. They're like, oh, she was on the class list, so let's contact her.
Like, I got my GED at the end of 2020. I got it like 3 days before my 28th birthday, and then I only went to college for like 6 months. And I was like, you know what, this is not for me.
Fair.
Same.
So like, what?
Yeah. How'd you go, Sash? I know baby.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Baby, I say baby, he's 2 on the 25th, so but he's my last, so he's always going to be my baby.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's good. And then I put Feyre to sleep because she still needs someone to sit with her to go to sleep.
Addie's the same.
I know she used to be really good. She used to be able to put herself to sleep, and then she got sick about a year ago, and then it kind of just cancelled everything.
Regressed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anthony fought Addie until about 1:45. She normally goes down for a nap at 12.
Oh no. Oh, you have fun tonight.
That's all right. She's down now, so I'll just let her sleep until around 3 o'clock, and then I'll wake her up, and then hopefully she'll be okay to go down to bed around 7:30. We're meant to be having a board game night tonight, but like a virtual one. So I downloaded this game. I bought this game, but it's got like an app that you can play with like 20 other people. It's like a quiz. It's like online Trivial Pursuit pretty much, but the questions are like up to date. So like there's like breaking news is a category, and it had things like about the Emmys and stuff. Like that's how like up to date the questions are. And like you just need the app on your phone and you can like dial into the game. So I've got like my mum, my dad, my sister, my brother, and like some of their kids that are older, like all kind of dialing in, because you can set it up that you put like the age of the person that's playing, and they modify the question difficulty if they're younger or not, so that you don't have like an advantage being an older person versus a younger person. So tonight we're going to play that, but obviously we have to wait till Addie goes to bed because it just won't work to play with her screaming at our feet, because she's in this fun stage where if she sees you on your phone, she wants the phone. Even though we've never given her a phone, she just like thinks it's a thing now. She's the same with remote controls. Pretty much just anything that has buttons that she can like swipe or push, she's like wants to play with. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So
it's like you have a whole toy box right over there. Why don't you play with the expensive toys we got you?
We even got her a fake remote control, and she still doesn't want it. She wants the real one.
They know.
I literally, next time I go to the op shop, I'm going to see if they have a remote control, like just in their donation thing that they're like, I'm like, I don't even need to buy it. Like just something that you're looking to throw out. Like just anything that you push and think is our control. We went on the walk yesterday and there was some hard waste collection, like out on the front, like people's yard, and people had thrown out a couple TVs, and I was like literally looking through me like, please have thrown your remote out as well. No one has thrown their remote out. They've thrown their TV but not the remote. And I was like, come on. Yeah. But that's all right. I'm like so tempted to just put a thing up on like Facebook Marketplace and be like, does anyone have an old remote that I can please have for my daughter to play with so she stops fucking the settings on my TV up, please?
Yes, that you don't want them to accidentally buy a movie that you'll never watch, because that's what happened to us.
Yeah.
I was like, why would I watch this?
Yeah,
I hope your endeavors work out.
it will be a fun, interesting mission. And by the time I finally get one, she'll probably be like, what's this? This is boring. There's something new I want to play with now. But yeah. You did read or didn't read? No, you didn't get much reading because you were putting baby to sleep or second.
Yes, hanging out.
Yeah. How about you, Amy?
I got a little bit of reading, but
sorry, I did not realize you had a cat behind your head, and I just saw it and went, oh, there's a cat.
Wait, there he is. Look, Isaac, say hi.
Hi, little cutie.
Yeah, he's been a little pill. I did a little bit of reading. I was doing some talking on texting and messaging, and then Paige has popped in, so I was messaging with Paige a little bit. So just didn't keep getting distracted.
It's fine. It's always hard. The 30-minute sprints are like, you take a little bit to like get into it, and then by the time you do, there's only like 8 minutes left, and then you're like, should I even bother?
Yeah, and that's basically what happened. I was in my reading. I was reading, but then all of a sudden I saw Paige popped on. I'm like, oh, Paige, hi.
You'd have a lovely Paige join us, and it is her birthday today, so make sure you wish her happy birthday, everybody.
Happy birthday.
And go subscribe if you aren't already, because she's fantastic. This is the most Australian sentence I have ever seen in my life. She went to birthday lunch and had sausage sangers at Bunnings. If you do not know what that means, sausage sangers is a sausage sandwich, and Bunnings is a hardware store, kind of like Trader Joe's, I guess, or something like you guys have.
No, like Home Depot, I think.
Home Depot.
Yeah, Home Depot.
Yeah.
And we had this conversation once before, because a long time ago, back in the day, before when I was like a little kid, they used to do hot dogs at Home Depot. So like they'd have a little hot dog stand outside of Home Depot, and that was a thing that they did, and they don't do it anymore. And it just reminded me of that. So we had this conversation, because I was like, oh wow, we don't do that anymore. It'd be great to go to the the hardware store and pick up some hot dogs.
So every weekend they have sausage sangers at Bunnings, and it's for what's called, I think it's the men's shed or like something, which is pretty much like a group of old men that kind of like get together, and they're like I think it started with ex-veterans, like I don't know, but it's usually a group of men that are in the older side of things from a certain part of town that will do this. And they like get together and they do like projects around the place, and they have a shed usually, and it sounds really weird, but they do fundraising events so that they can do the projects for free for people. And they usually always have sausage sangers out front of Bunnings, and their sausage sangers are like the best you'll ever eat. Like I don't know what they do. It's like, you know how you go to Macca's and you have Macca's fries and you're like, they're only Macca's fries. Bunnings sausage sangers, Ben Shed sausage sangers are like next level sausage sangers. They just taste different anywhere else you eat them. I don't know if they put shit on their barbecue that just like makes it taste better or what. And they always have like the best tasting tomato sauce. Like I don't know why. It's just, it's different. I don't know what they do. But anyways, so I'm glad that you enjoyed that, Paige. And now I want to go to Bunnings and get a sausage sandwich. Except they're
doing Bluey stuff because of the whole Hammer Barn thing that's happening right now. So you want to wake Addie up and take her down and do some kids Bluey stuff with her.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not doing it at my local Bunnings, and you have to you have to like sign up to do it.
Oh,
you
that's
can't
rude.
like, show up. But yeah, I knew it was a thing, and then I went to, because I was really excited to do like one of the projects. There's like 4 or 5 different ones, and there was one that I was like, oh, that'd be really cool. But it's not at my local one. It's at like one that's like 40 minutes away, and I was like, I don't want to drive 40 minutes for that. But
no.
Yes, everybody's saying happy birthday to Paige, which makes me happy. And then there was a bit of chat between Paige and Amy. Talking about food, making everybody hungry. Yes, Mr. Whippy was going past my place. I think he's finally finished. Anthony came out from fighting her for 1 hour and 45 minutes, and he was driving down our street at that point, which is when he's at his absolute loudest. And he said to me, he goes, if that Mr. Whippy wakes up our child, he will not have a job by the end of the day. And I was just like, you can't kill Mr. Whippy. Like, you just can't. Yes, every Saturday sprint, you will hear Mr. Whippy in the background at least once. If you don't know who Mr. Whippy is, he's the ice cream man that drives down our street, giving out ice cream to children. It sounds really pedo, but it's not. It's an Australian thing. He gives out, like, that whipped cream ice cream that, like, you get at McDonald's, like the soft serve? He does that, like, dipped in chocolate and nuts and, like, all kinds of different flavors. Anyways, there's one in my local town, and he drives through our neighborhood every Saturday. So
we used to have an ice cream man a lot more when I was younger. We don't have them as much anymore. Like, I don't hear ice cream men going around the neighborhood anymore, which is kind of a bummer because it was so fun. I loved it.
It was not a thing in any other town that I've lived in like this Newcastle kind of Sydney area that I've lived in. And then I moved to this smaller town within the Central Coast area, and we heard it drive past one day, and we'd been doing like some massive like renovations. Like, we were so hot and sweaty, and we were like, yeah, we could go on ice cream. So I walked out, I had like paint on me, I was all sweaty, and I was like, 2 please. And came back. I was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. Addie like didn't really like it, and I was like, okay, more for me, I don't mind. She's not a sweet tooth. She loves fruit, like that kind of sweet, but anytime you give her chocolate or anything, no, doesn't want it. I'm like, I'm not mad about it, more for me.
We get home ice cream. Do you know home ice cream? No. Okay. Must be a Queensland thing.
Knock on your door or something?
No, so they're in a truck and they've got like boxes of ice cream bars, like, and like icy poles and stuff like that. And they come every fortnight to here. They're on a Saturday, and then if I miss them, I know they go to my in-laws on the Wednesday. So usually I show off my in-laws if I really want something and I missed it. But I think their depot is here in my town, so that's probably why I get it.
He's going past again now. I don't know if you can hear him.
Yes.
He's actually not anywhere near my house. He's like 4 streets over. That's just how loud the music is from his thing. And that's why Anthony was like, if he wakes my child, he's not going to have a job anymore. Erin had lunch. Run 10% for Beyond the Bright Lights. Nice. Too bad you're not close to Crystal. I got a remote. Oh, that would work out well. Happy birthday. Cocaine sprinkled in the bread. Oh, God. I mean, it's how the tradies keep going, right? We do it in Los Banos.
Oh, so they still have ice cream men going around in her city.
Okay.
But they're not like ice cream proper. It's like like you were saying, Sash, like the ice cream sticks and ice cream stuff like that. You know, like popsicles and all the different stuff like that.
No, these are like, I'm just bringing up like a photo. How do I share this screen instead? Hold on. Share screen. Too many tabs open. Share. So they're like this stuff where it's like full whipped cream, and then you get the double dip, which is like 2 that are dipped in chocolate, or like you can get it with a Kit Kat in it.
That looks good.
Yeah.
I want that.
This is my favorite, the chocolate nut that's got a flake in it. It's like, oh, so good. But this is the one we got the other day when we were like really hot. It was the chocolate nut one. But anyways, that's Mr. Whippy. That's what drives past my house every time I come to Springs. Is home ice cream an MLM?
I don't think so, but it could be.
What does MLM stand for?
Multi-level marketing.
Oh. I joined that chat. Sometimes get asked if it's really inconsistent there. Yeah. And happy birthday to Paige. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised though. But I literally haven't seen
Is the home ice cream queer? Let's find out.
Thank you for the birthday wishes.
Dive into home ice cream. 1 hour long YouTube video.
The ice cream vans here sell 99-cent Mr. Whippy and ice lollies. We don't tend to get chocolate dipped, but I think they have flakes, sauce, and sprinkles, or hundreds of thousands. Yeah. The chocolate dipped is like the premium. And that is the end of the comments. So I think we will love you and leave you there. I don't know if there's any other sprints happening this evening. I know that Nell from Nell Diamond is doing the Cheetah Girls watch along and sprints. So it's kind of like a watch the movie in their time they're sprinting and then they come back and chat about it, or you can read if you want to. So that is going on. Actually, I'll drop the link in here so if anyone wants to go straight there, they can. But that's the only other sprint I think I know of, because I haven't been notified of any others. But yeah, happy reading, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, everyone here, for coming and hanging out with me for a little while.
Thanks for having me.
Does anyone have anything? Oh, that's tomorrow, I believe. Tomorrow night, Mel is sprinting for Sunday. Yeah. But does anyone have anything they need to plug before we go? Anything coming out?
Thick Thighs Readathon is happening on the 22nd of this month. So if you want to read about fat babes, check us out.
Sash is linked down below, so you can go directly to her channel for all the info. I do have a video coming out tomorrow, which is my 23 books in 2023 Did I Pass video. And I hopefully will be sprinting next Wednesday if all goes according to plan. Other than that, I don't have anything else. So we're gonna have these. Oh, sorry, go.
I have a live stream in like.
I forgot you were sprinting tonight.
Don't come for sprints. You come for chaos. Saturday morning. We used to call them after dark sprints, and then I started having friends, and it just became like I don't know what it's become.
Hours and hours.
It was insane last weekend.
It's just become unhinged at this point. Mm-hmm. So I mean, you can come and you can read, but I don't know. Probably
you might have to mute her to be able to do so.
Yeah,
we are going to schedule in some snack breaks this time, because even the hosts were like, "Wow, I really have to pee by the end of 6 hours." But don't come there expecting productivity.
Yeah,
because I can't promise. I can promise no productivity at all.
That's already what's it called? Scheduled, right?
Correct. I have changed the name of it to, what did Nicole call it? Neva's Chatty Bits. That's what it's called.
Okay, hold on.
Why does it sound so wrong?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Where is the link? Oh my god, you have so many sprints. I'm making sure I'm giving the right link.
Yeah, it's because Nicole, she's out here doing the Lord's work, and she schedules all of our Thursday sprints a month ahead of time.
Yeah.
I don't do that.
Wants the link for that. It starts in 87 minutes. For Australians, that's 4 p.m. It's midnight.
Yes.
Did I do the math correctly there?
Yeah, it's midnight for Eastern people.
Excellent. Cool. Excellente. All right. I'm going to say goodbye for the third time now. Catch us all on the flip side.